And the microphone is on. I just got to do a couple things here yet. I'm still working on things as I'm trying to get the stream running. We'll make things work. There we go. All right. Just about all set. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX, a live stream. And I see I'm getting some background audio. Just got rid of that. All right, and that'll fix that. And we will get at things. Welcome everyone. And let's see, Scott says welcome, Sarah says howdy doc, and Sue says I hear you. Awesome. And thanks Henry and Hermione and Echo, no. How about V7 Avalon? And V7 Avalon, just so you know, this is not a gelding Gedaler. This is, that is Mauna Loa from the December 4th. There we go, December 4th of last year. And that was Mauna Loa. As it says on the bottom of the screen, archived footage. So there you go. But we will be taking a look at what's going on in Iceland shortly. So hang in there. We'll get at stuff. And welcome everyone. As Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Time stamp top left. Yep, the time, date and time is up there. That is awesome. It helps since I turn one of my devices off. Oh, you got your devices off. So you're not getting echo anymore. Just wait. One of these days I am going to get that echo thing working, and we'll be echoing and just freak everyone out. It's all right. Specifically for Echo the Bot when he gets here, and that is all good. Anyway, let's get at things. We'll see, first off, the first person in today. And as Tom figured, Sarah might have been here all night long because she was first before everyone else. Sarah gets the cookies today. Congratulations, Sarah Miles. That is awesome. And there you go. And let's start off by saying hello to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy, who is sitting and hiding in the background, kind of timed herself out there, I think. And we'll see, maybe she'll pop in. And of course we've got C&D Boy, who is in the chat now. I see him there. Welcome, Bob. And other moderators would be Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles, and possibly some others. You never know. You never know. They pop in on occasion. So, but we've got our good guys hiding in the back. Let's see. We're going to say hi to everyone in here real quick. So let's get at it, and we'll start out with saying hi to Henry Nelson and Perfectibility 999, Brian, and ESD. Welcome back, and of course Sarah Miles, who got the cookies. Sharon Stewart is here. Welcome. Sue Hayes is here. Welcome, Sue. I got your emails, and Amon DJ is also here. Welcome. Scott Hartman on board. Hermione and Fluffy are here. Good to see you. Robert Booten is back. Welcome, Robert. And of course, a Wonky Donkey. Trev, good to see you. And V7 Avalon, welcome. And I see you've got a few things on your channel, been on YouTube for a while, so hope you will enjoy the show if you haven't seen one yet. And we try to cover most of what's out there and current information on volcanoes. We don't necessarily have all of it, and we don't make claims that are not based on fact. So we try to do things pretty straightforward here, clean cut, if you want to call it that. Also, welcome to Dan. Good to have you on back. And let's see, we got Scott already. Tom and Pepper are here. Welcome, Tom and Pepper. And let's see, who else we got? Piggy is lurking. I see that. She says, hi, all back to lurkers. So Piggy is in the lurkers lounge spying on us. And she's polishing her snout, I bet. Something like that. Anyway, let's see who else we got in here as I'm scrolling up. I'm trying to find some other names. And so far we've got all of the ones I'm seeing. So that is okay. And we got Dan already. Yep, Sarah. We got, of course, Brian. We got Sandra Rockland is back. Welcome, Sandra. And still scrolling up, looking for others. And sometimes it's difficult because there's a lot of chatting going on, which is exactly what the chat is for. So we don't mind that. Aloha to Mark the Shark. Good to see you. And let's see, I'm up about as far as I can go to the top. I see a DJ Puff the Third is also here. And let's go back down to the bottom, see who else snuck in. Kevin Haynes, welcome. Good to see you. And did I miss anyone else on the bottom here? We got Trev already, yep. And I think we're just about good. Yeah, in case I did not say hi to you. Oh, Matt and Jen Butzler are also here. If I didn't call your name out and say hi to you, it is accidental or you haven't said anything, one of the two. We try to say hello to everyone in here because you guys are what makes the stream. So without you, the stream would not exist. So thank you everyone for being here. And Linda Schoof just sneaked it in. Can't stay. Oh, Linda, no worries. Thanks for popping in, though. I appreciate that. And let's get at things since we said hi to everyone. Of course, you know, the first thing that we try to do is cover some news things. Let's go first off with volcanoes. Popocatepetl continuing to do what it's doing, and it is being awesome. And that is all good. I don't know of too many of the other ones. Of course, I've been at work all day, and by the way, I got my company vehicle now, my company van. It's still at the shop though. I won't be bringing it home till on Thursday. Today is Tuesday, so the idea behind that is we're going to play a little bit of carpool stuff for a Thursday morning. I got lift training on Thursday, so I will go with one of the guys will pick me up. We'll go do the lift training, and then afterwards he'll drop me back off at the office, and I'll be able to pick up my van and take that home. That way I don't have to try to juggle two vehicles somehow. It makes life a little easier. Quake-wise, though, let's see, biggest quake that I can find on the map is another quake over in our New Caledonia / Loyalty Island area, and that is a 6.1 in a magnitude from 41 minutes after midnight today, and that is 12.1 kilometers down, 6.1 sizable quake. And Piggy throws in a wonderful super chat. Thank you, Piggy, for starting that out. That is awesome. And thank you for sending a rose. That is very, very kind of you, Piggy. And appreciate the wonderful super chat. And thank you very kindly. And I hope your day is going to get better. Just sit back and rest, Piggy. You don't need to do too much. Just relax. That's all good. So we're fine with that. Absolutely. And Bob is in, so you know, we got some presence in the channel, and that is what really counts. Anyway, let's go and take a look at what else I got here real quick. Not seeing too much as far as other eruptive activity, so we'll kind of get at our shots real quick. Since we are already looking at Hawaii, let's talk about Hawaii real quick for just a few moments. Nothing really special happening there, but you know, we'll get it out of the way. So let's stop our canned lava, and there we go, and have a quick peek at Hawaii. Oh, let's get rid of the banners. I forgot to get rid of them. There we go. There's the archive footage, and there's the VolcanoX one. Anyway, there you go. You're looking at Helima Uma'u crater, and that, of course, is Kilauea. And as you can see on screen, the west vent is still smoking. The west lava pond, that north leg of it, is continuing to smoke. We are seeing a little bit of smoke on the eastern side of the southeast lava pond, but nothing special, and it doesn't look like it's collapsed or anything like that. All those quakes we've been getting in the area still haven't made it erupt either, but we are anticipating that we will see something happening at Kilauea if the quakes keep up doing what they're doing. So it's definitely something of interest. Anyway, let's continue on. Oh, somebody's trying out their muffler out there. Yeah, I have my window open because it's a nice day and there's not so much smoke in the air. For those people who have looked at my other stream, you know that the sky was actually showing some blue sky. Wow, and we like it. Anyway, from this shot, you can see that southeast lava pond, the central vent, Pig Island there, and of course the west lava pond and the old west vent. And again, really nothing new happening there. It does look like we've had a little bit more collapsing coming off the sides of the caldera, and that's kind of interesting to see. I don't know if it's going to continue to do that, but a little bit of breakage there. I think that is looking pretty fresh. And of course, this will happen if we have more quakes in those areas. So something to keep in mind, that, you know, just because we're seeing that, it's not necessarily going to cause an eruption. We will see a few landslides on occasion. Let's take a look at the B1 camera. Just refreshed it here and looking at it. This, of course, down at the caldera level, a little bit closer to the caldera level anyway. And everything still looks a little wavy. We can see Pig Island over there, the smokers. We are still seeing our rocks. They haven't got any taller or anything like that, so all good. But in this shot right now, you can see a little bit more of what I was just mentioning here. Things are kind of collapsing into that crater a little bit, and even over here, that is quite interesting, and we had never seen that before. So that is relatively fresh, along with this other spot here. So interesting to see that, and of course, you know, we're probably going to see a little bit more of that as time goes by. Mother Nature and gravity work well together, especially if you shake it a little bit with a few tremors. Let's take a look at the thermal cam, and thank you, but not now. All right, looking at the thermal cam, really not much new in there. We use it to take a look and see if there are any new glowing spots. We don't see anything. There's a Pig Island, the southeast lava pond, the west lava pond. We're not seeing anything new or glowing. The north area here, you can kind of sort of see that smoke in that thermal shot, so that is there, and not seeing too much more. And of course, down here we are still seeing that glowing hot spot, and you know, who knows what that is. It's been there since it quit, since the eruptions stopped. So that is continuing to stay. I want to say welcome to Kananaska's country and Teresa as well. Welcome, you guys. Good to have you on board. And let's leave Hawaii be. We will take a look at Hawaiian earthquakes later on. John Donovan, welcome, and good to see you. Let's pop over to our wonderful Iceland. I gotta just make that guy a little bit smaller here. As we go through, we need to do a maintenance on stuff. So, something wrong with that picture. Let me fix that. I'm going to go back here for a second. Just to give me a second or two, and I'll just throw that on for a minute here. I didn't realize that screen was buggered up, but I will fix that, and then we will get to Iceland in a second or two. Things happen, you know. It's it's the way it is. Let's see. Yeah, we will definitely be able to fix that in a hurry. Go over there and get rid of that. Remove and get a new one. We may end up having to do a few more of those. So don't be surprised if I have to do some more maintenance. And I thought I had everything fixed last night, but apparently I didn't. So there you go. Anyway, let's do this. We'll stop that wonderful lava, and we'll get over to Iceland now and get things happening. Stop the lava, I said. Stop it already. There we go. All right, stop the lava. Here comes Iceland, and of course we are seeing the city of Reykjavik, and very cloudy there right now for some reason. Mind you, it's 23:43, so almost a quarter to midnight or a quarter to 12. Only about 16 or 17 minutes left before the fancy carriages turn into pumpkins. Let's go back about 10 hours or so and see how rainy it was. and that'll help us out a little bit to be able to see what we've got going on. It doesn't look too bad. And there is Reykjavik, the capital city, of course, and you do see rain. We are unable to see the mountains in the background, and we do have some water drops on the lens. Green foliage on the trees, which is really nice, and some green grass and weeds growing over here. The dry stuff here hasn't been overgrown yet, but I'm sure it will. This, of course, is what Iceland is looking like at 11:44 a.m. And let's, that's all the way back, I guess. I thought I only went 10 hours back, but hey, that'll work. Let's leave that there. I'm going to put that one back on live, and we will make that smaller. Go to our next shot, and of course that is the one of the airport, which is just to the left of the previous shot. So on the right hand side there's where Reykjavik is. This is the regional airport at Reykjavik, and presently very poor seeing conditions. Let's go back in that one as well. Figured about 10 hours or so just to see what it looked like. And there you go, daytime weather. We can see the grasses here in Perlin Center lot there are starting to get green. Same thing out here at the airport. So looks like a spring has sprung and things are happening. We're not able to see Kalir out in the background here, so just a little too cloudy. Yeah, let's leave that guy be. We'll go to the next one. And of course, this is down on the Reykjanes Peninsula, right near the lighthouse. That is very close to the very tip, and that is the current view. And we do see our vent geyser here, not very big right now, and I'm wondering what the heck is going on. that one is not controlled by these guys over here running the power plant. That is a free flow all the time, and it's not putting out as much as it normally does. And I'm wondering what the heck is going on with that. That's kind of odd. The other ones that you see are actually controlled by the humanoids that run that geothermal power plant there. And that is what we've got cooking. Let's go back about 10 hours there as well, roughly. And I will see what the day looked like. Yep, gloomy looking day. And not a very nice weather. And you can see the camera shaking, indicating that it was quite windy. So I'm not sure what to make of that. Well, hey, we know Iceland is windy. You know, everybody's walking around with rocks in their socks to keep them from blowing away, and that is pretty normal for Iceland. Anyway, let's put that one back on live. We'll make that one smaller as well, and go to our next shot. And of course, that is over at the Katla. And again, we're unable to see Katla because of the clouds. Let's see if we can see it earlier in the day here. And we'll go back. Well, I'm trying to find a spot where we can see it. This is about 11 hours, 15 minutes ago. Nope, not able to see it. That cloud is moving pretty quick, so Katla not very visible. And normally you would see the huge ice mound over here on a clear day. But we're not seeing that. And this camera too is shaking a little bit, indicating that it was quite windy there. I'm just trying to find a spot if it's got any better clear spots, but I don't think there is. Nope. Let's go. Well, I just put it right about here, I guess. This is about 8 hours and 20 minutes ago, and you can see it's very rainy. I want to indicate too that the level of water has increased in this area once again. You can definitely see, you can almost take your airboat all the way through here without any problems. So definitely an increase in water levels, but yep, Katla still hiding in the background. Let's leave these wonderful scenes be for now. I'm going to put that one back on live. Let's go over and take a look at our harmonic tremor charts. First one we're looking at, of course, is Frankfurt, or for those who are more familiar with Geldingadale, that's the area that we're in, and the FAF chart. Yesterday we noticed that it was on a decrease, a downward trend, and we have seen that on all three of our frequencies. And today we're seeing exactly the opposite, a major upward trend. And as you can see, our purple or extremely low frequency heading way up, and I mean way up. So it got quite a ways up, as well as our seismic, which is our green line. And then, of course, the tectonic is related to the blue one. And they are sitting in what we consider to be, hey, an eruptive area. We could see an eruption of some sort. So we'll take a look at the other ones around the area as well. But for right now, that's what we're seeing at Frankfurt. And I think that is a pretty awesome and positive indicator for us. And hopefully there is magma to go along with it. We'll take a look after we get done with the charts and see what our earthquakes are doing in the area. That, of course, is a part of the equation as well. We do see one spike in here from our blue going up. That would indicate some kind of a quake in there, and that would probably be, well, what is it, about 4 or 5 hours ago. So yeah, that would make it roughly somewhere around 7 or 8 p.m. their time. We'll take a look and see what happens. Anyway, next chart we're going to look at, of course, is Askja. And Askja, everybody always wants it to erupt, but, you know, we're not seeing it. Anyway, we are seeing a definite upward trend there in Askja as well. And that is that's right off the bat, that's a pretty good indicator that the stuff at the Fraggerafjall and Askja, both having the similar uptake, would indicate a tectonic movement rather than magma or a seismicity. Well, seismicity is actually wrapped up within our tectonic movement, but the magma is definitely more related to, in this case, more related to the tectonic movement than it is to actual magma pressure pushing upward. Anyway, we do see a lot of spikes, doubled and tripled spikes, and that makes you wonder what we've got there for earthquakes. Definitely a huge uptick. Let's go down and take a look at a few of the other charts, and the next one on our list will be Grimsey, and of course Fraggerafjall is fairly far south. Askja is more or less in the middle, and Grimsey is way up on the northern end, and that is our northernmost sensor. And there you can see we did have a very good decline in magmatic activity and a rebound and kind of holding steady, as well as we see the seismicity dropped as well and rebounded. So they are part and parcel to all of the action that is really happening here. That includes our tectonic movement. And there you go. And there we have one spike right off the top. So Grimsey is going to have some large quakes around it. And I'll be nice and tell you, yeah, we did have one that's well over 3 in magnitude, and the other one another 2 point something, or very close to 3 for the other spike. So we'll show those shortly. For right now, let's slide down. We're going to go, whoop, I went too far already. Grindavik is, of course, to the southwest of Fraggerafjall on the Reykjanes Peninsula. A very similar pattern to what we've seen at Fraggerafjall. So we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about that. Let's take a look at the next one, and that would be Kristavik, and that is to the northeast side. So Grimsey to the southwest side of Fraggerafjall, and Kristavik to the northeast. And let's get at it, and very similar once again. So since they're all about the same, we can definitely equate this massive increase to a tectonic movement, and that is what I would suggest that it would be. So again, I don't claim to be an expert, and just through observation, that is what I'm seeing. And you may have your own opinion, which you are very much so entitled to. And let's put that back on here. There we go. 5 minutes until your break. Okay, no worries. Thanks, Tom. And that is all good. And yeah, because we kind of started them almost half an hour late, we're going to have our bacon seeds after the next break. So this one here is going to be like our first break, like we normally do. Anyway, let's go over to the earthquakes, and we'll start those off anyway. I got to find that earthquake map, and we'll move us over there. There we go. So as I mentioned to you, yep, there they are. The bigger one on the top end here is 3.78. And that one happened to come in at 14.4 kilometers down from 1922, and that's the right place for that big spike on the map. And the other one at 2236, and that's the other good one that we've seen there, and that was 10.4 kilometers down. So we'll have a look at those in a few minutes. Let's start out down here on the Reykjanes Peninsula and see what we've got happening here. And for those who aren't familiar with it, the capital city is here, Reykjavik, and of course when we look, there's Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, and Grindavik down here, and of course the Blue Lagoon right in here. And this is the power plant beside the Blue Lagoon, not to be confused with the other power plant we were looking at, which is down here by the lighthouse. This is the lighthouse. The camera is located somewhere over here, and this is the other power plant, and this is that steam geyser, pardon me, that we were looking at. So anyway, let's get at the quakes real quick. 2.0 from 8.9 kilometers down. 1753 is the time on that one. This one is from 1739. It's a 2.1, 9.6 kilometers down. Next one over on the peninsula, a 0.2, 3.1 clicks down from 3:39 a.m. And then getting closer to our, there's the Blue Lagoon area, so that gives you a pretty good idea. And this over here is Ragnar, and that is the Siggy Fisher. So the outline for our Fragata Fjeld area, of course, is this outline here. And that is its own little system, but these are just on the edge of it. 0.38, 7.6 kilometers down from 3:20 a.m. Then the 1.04, 5 kilometers down, 3:21, and this one at 3:19 a.m. a 0.55, 4.6 kilometers down. Next one is 0.71, 5.4 kilometers down from 11:14, and that is all to the west of our wonderful Fragata Fjeld. This is Kristuvik over here. We do see one quake deep underneath the lake, and that came in at 16:01. It's 1.22 in magnitude, 7.4 kilometers down for that guy. And that is it for most of the peninsula. We do have a couple small ones here. 1:58 a.m. we had a 0.5, 4.8 kilometers down, very close to the city, and they wouldn't have felt it. It's too small. Then we've got two more over here. 0.95, 9.6 kilometers down, 8:18 a.m. for him. The other one also at 8:18, 0.7 in magnitude, 4.1 kilometers down. Let's leave those be. We'll go grab the next guy over here. 0.5, 6.5 kilometers down, 21:05 is the time on that. We do see 1.91 up there. Figured I'd better grab that. 2.9 kilometers down, 1:58 this morning is the time on it. We are not seeing anything at Katla here, nothing at Eyjafjallajökull, and nothing at Hekla. So let's carry on, and we'll go up here. A little bit of a movement. This is a 0.61, 135 meters down, 1 minute and 55 seconds after midnight. The other one is about 1 minute and 56 seconds after midnight, a 0.6, 4.1 kilometers down. So one is definitely ice movement, the other one is not. We're not seeing anything at Grimsvatn, and nothing at Bardabunga. And then we go take a look at Askja. And remember, we've seen a lot of spikes at Askja, so let's take a look at some of these. 0.95, 5.2 clicks down from 14:31. Next one is a 0.57, 5.6 kilometers down, 2:45 is the time on it. 0.28, 5.2 kilometers down, 2:41 in the morning. 2:33 in the morning, 1.01, 4.7 kilometers down. And next one is a 0.65, 4.3 clicks down, 3:03 a.m. And then we get a 0.56, 4 kilometers down, 3:02 this morning. 2:45, we had a 1.03. And yeah, it is a break time. We'll just do one more quake here. 2.9 kilometers down for that. And this one in magnitude, 1.1 kilometers down, and 14:31 was the time on it. So that is where we'll stop at Askja. And it is a time for me to take a break. We do need to take those breaks, otherwise we will end up losing the voice. And that won't be any fun. So let me put you back over here on that wonderful canned lava. I'll even turn on that little banner saying archived footage so no one gets confused. And we'll leave that be. If you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you're new and sitting on the outside, lurking, peeking in, please do hit that subscribe button if you feel that we've earned it. On that friendly note, here comes some music. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And we were just taking a look at some quakes there in Iceland, and we're going to get back to that in a second. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Sue and Kevin, and good evening to OneFish26, and thank you Henry, and Sharon Stewart says, I hear you DrFox2000, and thanks OneFish, and thanks to Kananaskis Country, and Teresa as well. Awesome. All right, let's get back at it. We'll stop our canned lava, and we will go take a look at see what we've got happening there. And we're not going to go through all the quakes, but we will certainly hit a few. There was a brand new one that just happened a little while ago, and you can see that big red dot, and I'm not sure where the heck that is. There it is. No, that's not the one. Latest one, 2.97. That's what it is, a 2.97, 9.4 kilometers down. We'll get to them in a minute, and let's finish off here. We had a look at Askia, and here the brightest right here. We do have two quakes around it, a 0.91, 4.8 kilometers down, 6:33 this morning, and a 0.36, 3 kilometers down from 1:53 a.m. Fairly small. We don't see anything in between, which is kind of unique for a lot of tectonic movement. We'd expect to see something, especially if we had some movement on the plate boundaries. So there's our plate line, and you can kind of see that is on the North American side of the plate. Anyway, let's start over here. 0.17, very small. 3.2 kilometers down, 19 minutes after midnight. Then we get a 0.2, 5.2 clicks down, 21:49. Next one is a 0.48. 10 kilometers down from 4:29 this morning, a 0.3, also 10 kilometers down from 4:35, 1.5 in magnitude, 8.9 kilometers down, 22:31 is the time on it. Then we've got a little bit of a swarm right here, 4 of them, and that's from 21:53, 1.7 kilometers down. 1.7 in magnitude, 9 kilometers down. I got to get that right. Boy, I got something binging at me here, so I was distracting a little bit. 21:28, we had a 1.9, 9.1 clicks down for that guy. And at 21:15, we had a 1.7, a 9.6 kilometers down for him. And this one is a magnitude 1, a 7.6 kilometers down from 21:41. So that is those guys. So now let's get over to our huge batch here. And let's, well, obviously we're going to look at the biggest ones first. And that 3.78, 14.2 clicks down from 1922. And, get off of there. I want to look at the other big one here. 3.2, 10.4 kilometers down, 22:36 was the time on that. Then we had this guy, 2.97, and that is a brand new quake, and that just happened. 9.3 kilometers down for that, almost a 3. And then we've got 2.7, 8.1 clicks down, 22:36 for him. This one here, 22:37, 2.3 in magnitude, 8.5 kilometers down for that one. And the latest one is probably, no, not that one. That is a 1.6, 8.6 clicks down, 23:09. The other one, 2.3, 8.5 kilometers down, 22:57. That 1.6 looks like it should be the closest one, but they've moved the big dot. Darn it. That is okay. I keep getting bings here. I got to take a look at that for a second and see what's going on. To me and 11 others. take a look at that and see what they've got going on. Obviously not specifically me, but somebody is having a bad day. All right, comedians, that is what we've got going on, and they are causing problems. Work phone, the work comedians, let's leave them alone. Looking at these other quakes here, just going to grab a few samples out of here because there are too many, and we are up to 88 quakes for today, and that is actually increased quite a bit. Anyway, 2239 for this 1.7, 5.2 clicks down, and then we've got a 1.28, 20.6 kilometers down. That's really deep, and 1933 was the time on that. His friend beside him there, a 1.3 from 2014, only 3.2 clicks down. The 1.0 there, 8.7 kilometers down from 2259. Let's take a look at this guy out here, see how deep he is. 2.12 in magnitude from 16.9 kilometers down, and that is 1936 is when that came in. And let's grab a few out of here. 2.3, 7.5 clicks down for that guy. 2205 was the time on that. Another 2.2, 6 kilometers down. 2335. So these are all very recent. This 2.1 looks like it's the newest quake, 14 minutes after midnight. So that happened about 4 minutes, 4 minutes ago. And that is 2.1, 14.1 kilometers down. 1.5 from 13.9 clicks down, 1931. Just to grab a few here. And this one is a 1.82, 9.9 kilometers down, 2147. Another 2.2 there, 6 clicks down, 2335 as an example. This one is 2.1, 1.1 kilometer down, very shallow in comparison to the other ones. 2122 was the time on that. Same thing with this 1.5, 1.1 clicks down. 21, what was it? 2104 for him. This one right on the ridge though is 5.2 kilometers down, a 0.6 from 2036. The 1.4, 6 kilometers down, 2312 was the time on him. And the 1.8 is a 4.1 kilometer down, and that is a 2206. I'm not going to go through the rest of them. There's lots of little quakes in there. Maybe we'll grab that 2.4 in there. 10.4 kilometers down, 2205 for him. So that gives you a general idea. We've got some activity. Maybe we'll grab that 2.7 up here. 2309, 1.1 clicks down. That's not very deep in comparison to some of the other ones. So that is your earthquakes today for our wonderful Iceland. And kind of makes you wonder what is going on there. And definitely, in my opinion, we are seeing some tectonic movement, and hopefully it is a prelude to something erupting. And you know, we all want something to pop. It really it's time. Iceland needs to have some kind of an eruption. We'll see what happens. Anyway, Storm Chaser 1211 also just popped in. Welcome, Storm Chaser. I see we just had a 2.2 show up, 5.6 clicks down from 19 minutes after their midnight hour there. So that is a fairly fresh quake within the last 2 minutes, and that is pretty awesome. That's that red dot right there. So we won't worry about them. Anyway, that's what's going on. Let's leave Iceland be. We will go down that mid-Atlantic ridge a little bit, and we'll go down to the Azores and see what's happening in the Azores. Because I work late, of course, I'm not in the know of what really happened there today. So Well, take a look, and there, of course, is the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. And there you go. There's one of the villages, and the harbor all lit up, one of the harbors, and you can see the reflection of the water, of course. And then you can see some lights off in the distance. That is Pico Island over there. And those are the lights from Pico Island. If we go to the other shot, we won't see much, but the camera stops at 23:59 and freezes. Usually what we look for here is to see how much white water is happening down on the bottom and whether it's safe for boats to go out. But right now we can't tell because the clock stopped and the carriage has turned into a pumpkin. We'll go over to the other maps here and see if there's any new quakes. And we aren't seeing anything new on the island of São Jorge. We're going to have a look at the rest of the area though, and we'll do this. I'm going to refresh that real quick, and it looks like we had one quake in the area today, and that one quake, we will make the screen bigger so you can see it, and we'll zoom in just a little. There's São Jorge, there's Pico Island, Fayal Island, Terceira over here, and if we go slide down here, San Miguel Island, and this is where the quake is. 19 hours ago, 2.0 in magnitude. Surface quake happened at 4:55 GMT or UTC, whichever you like, and that is what we're seeing out there. That's the only quakes we have for our wonderful area out there in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And of course, for those not familiar with that, the over here is the Canary Islands, and then this is Portugal and Spain and France and England and Ireland, and over on this side here we've got Newfoundland and Aso over here in Cole Harbour and Nova Scotia waving at us from the far side here, and that is all good. And of course up here is Iceland. That's of course the what they call the Reykjanes Ridge, down to that point, and then from there on they consider that to be the mid-Atlantic Ridge, both all a part and parcel the same. And then of course the other fault going this way is the East Azores fault. Let's leave this place be. We will go over to our next volcano of interest. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see it that well, but let's go have a look. And that, of course, is a Popocatepetl. And we'll see if we can improve that any. Not much. Anyway, full of clouds today. We know Popo has been doing a bang-up job erupting and continuing to erupt. For the last few days, stepped up the pace, if you will, and here's a little bit out of the clouds where we can actually see it. A little while back, you can see it is still progressing with its eruptive activity. This was at almost 4 p.m. Their time, or 15:56, and that is continuing. You notice there's only a little bit of snow left on the mountain. A lot of the other areas here have been basically melted off because of the hot magma coming out of there, or lava, I should say. Once it leaves the cone, it becomes lava, or leaves, once it gets hit by air, technically, is when it turns into lava. Anyway, if we go back a little bit more, we end up back in the clouds for a while, and it's difficult to make out what it's doing. There you can see a little bit more of that snow, but you can definitely see, thanks Tom for the 5-minute warning, definitely see that column continuing to throw out material. This is at 12:42 in the afternoon, and I'm trying to find clear spots here. It's hit and miss with those clouds. We're getting back into the morning area here. You can definitely see it is still billowing out. This is at 8:43 a.m. We do have a nasty cloud sitting right in front of us. That is not helping. If we go back a little bit more, we can see even more billowing. That was continuing 8:05 a.m. as the clouds were moving in. Prior to that, we had a little bit more visibility. This is a 7:18 lenticular cloud trying to form on top of the volcano, and you can see a little bit more snow in this shot. So we know some of that disappeared, but it is definitely continuing to plume out as we see it there. So the eruptive state continues from Popocatepetl. And we'll do the report on Popo next here. This, of course, 6:44 a.m. And that is a pretty good shot of, you know, the plume coming out. Lots of tephra, ash, gases, and various other things in there. And not as much moisture or H2O as we'd like to see, because that would definitely increase the potential for volcanic lightning. So low in water moisture or water vapor, indicating that you know, the lack of volcanic lightning. Anyway, let's take a look at the volcano report that we've got for today. And there it is. It's a Popocatepetl volcano, Mexico. Increased activity manifests by a series of paroxysms. There we go, paroxysms. That's the word I'm trying to say. It's tough. And there you can see a darn nice plume. And it says fountaining activity at Popocatepetl volcano yesterday, and that was captured around 1927 yesterday. And it's a darn shame we missed that, because that is a nice shot. You know, that's what happens. It is what it is. Let's continue to look at that. And this is I'm not sure when this is from. This is a Popocatepetl though, and that is a pretty nice shot as well. I don't believe that is recent, and the photographer on this one was Eric Gomez. What is it? Tochimani, if I said it correctly. Anyway, that all the credit to him for that one. I don't believe that is a recent photo from this last eruption. It's a little bit older. And let's see, there is the view from Mexico City. And basically, no, we don't have a view. But it does indicate on that photo volcanic ash blanketed Pueblo town, making what image Mexico or webcam de Mexico is what it is. So that is actually volcanic ash that is floating in the air, and that is what they're seeing there. It is a time for me to take a break, you guys. So that is basically it. We will turn around and say Popo is continuing to do its thing. And on that friendly note, just one more peek at that. And when we come back from the break, we will take a look at some of the other wonderful volcanoes that we've got happening. And again, this is Popo this morning. I'm going to put it back on that canned lava. After the, Popo is angry. You got it, Matt Jen Butzler. Thanks, Matt. Matt. I'm trying to write my pen quick. Matt and Jen. There we go. And thank you for that wonderful $2 super chat. That is awesome. Thank you kindly, Matt and Jen. I'm going to go take a break, you guys. So after the break, we will have bacon seeds. So thank you, and stick around. Let's put you back on the archived footage for right now. And we'll get the music going for those good people who have not yet hit the like button. If you're enjoying the show, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, consider subscribing. Always love to see a few new people in here and have the channel growing. On that note, I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and bacon seeds up next. Don't go away. we go. That microphone is back on. That is wonderful. And thank you, humanoid Teresa. Yeah, that is awesome. And thanks for the welcome backs from Sasha in Kananaska's country, and Kevin Haynes and Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, DrFox2000. Clunk, clunk. Okay, thank you there, C&D boy. And thank you, Sue. And Diane is here as well. Welcome, Diane, and thank you. Dents the wood on the dance floor. Uh-oh, don't dent the wood, and that'll be okay. Just point it out so nobody trips on the dent. And thank you, Teresa. That is awesome. Let's park the wonderful lava, and we'll actually, whoop, I clicked the wrong button. That's okay. We moved it back a little, but that's okay. We'll go over and have a look at the bacon seeds. Now, I know Piggy loves her profile picture from yesterday. That is an awesome shot, of course. We gotta love it. But we know Piggy is having a hard time, and she's got to go back and get another magpie done. So she is feeling that she's back in jail. You know, it's one of those things. But I hope Piggy is okay. We really don't want her looking like that. We'd rather see her being happy and bopping like this. But hey, it is what it is. So let's carry on though. She did send in some bacon seeds, although the ones that I loaded up today are ones that I loaded this morning because I thought I'd make it easier for me. So the ones she sent for today will be tomorrow's. So that is all cool. But we're still going to give her credit for these because she kind of got into a theme with these, and I'm pretty happy with that, the theme. By the way, these are from Barbados, is where these swimming pigs are from, just so you guys know. And that is pretty awesome. And that one, of course, has his snorkel up out of the water, but he's enjoying trucking around in the water. And the next one is this guy. Oh, these guys, it's a whole herd of them. And they are enjoying their day in the water. You gotta just love that. And yeah, the water is absolutely clear, and the pigs are enjoying themselves. Yeah, swim Barbados piggies, and that is awesome. And let's go take a look at the next one. And this is this guy. He had to stop. Wanted to like a little bit of loving, and that is awesome. You know, that's one thing there, those pigs, because nobody's there to hurt them, and they know that. That is pretty awesome, and we love that. And let's see, don't forget the screen. A sunscreen. You want to make sure you get sunscreen on them. Here's another one. This girl is being surrounded by pigs, and they are obviously enjoying themselves. It's so pretty awesome. I gotta love it. Which one is the lifeguard dock? I have no idea. I think maybe the one just to the left of the girl there is one of the lifeguards. They look like they're big enough to save everyone, and they got nice curly tails too. If you look at that, so. Beach blanket piggy, yeah, I don't know. They are definitely beached, and they are getting their own suntans. And look at the length of the snout on them, the snorkel, long stuff. Gotta love it, you guys, gotta love it. Let's get to our next one, and that is this. And this one is back at the resort. He's having a margarita or something. I don't know. That drink looks nice. Having some shades on. Very, very cool. And next, a little bacon seed we got is this one. And this one is in a different location, dressed up. Looks like this was a fall picture. And of course, that is a piggy out and about in her fall dressing. and doing her thing. So pretty cool. Next one is this one. Some kind of celebration going on. Perhaps, I'm not sure, but look at that, a royal red. That is pretty awesome, and nicely dressed up with some red and gold. Very awesome to see. Wear shades, yep. Parade piggy, possibly. And let's take a look at the next one. Definitely a little wee bacon seed. And that little girl is dressed up to go out and do some fun as well. And that is pretty awesome looking. And we have one more bacon seed, so let's see what we've got. And what, 50s piggy? Possibly. And here's our last one, and that is a red and white polka dot dress. That is pretty awesome, and you gotta love it. That is it for our bacon seeds for today. We will thank Piggy for these, regardless if she didn't send them, but she inspired the idea. And tomorrow's will be Piggy's again, so all good with that. And we are very thankful that Piggy sends us stuff every day, and that is very, very nice of her. So like I said, though, today I figured I'd get these out of the way early in the morning, and I did exactly that. So that is pretty awesome. And let's go over to our next little adventure, and that is to go see our secret volcano. Of course, the video starts automatically, so I have to pause that again. And we will turn that one on. And be careful. This might be easy. Hey, good morning, Thor, and good to have you on board. Thor is here. Welcome. And here is, we can get rid of that little archive footage thing. Here's our volcano of the day, the secret volcano. And there it is. So we'll see if anyone can guess the name. And remember, yesterday we had a very similar shot, and it kind of stumped everyone. And today I'm making it a little easier. So sort of. You guys can enjoy it. And who is gonna guess and see what a volcano that is? And remember, you got to guess correctly and spell it correctly. Okay. No, Sharon Stewart, that is not Sakurajima. Sorry, it is not. And we'll see. And no, it is not Mount Etna. It is not Sakurajima. It is not Aso. Sorry, that is not correct. And it is a beautiful, beautiful Strombolian style eruption there, and you gotta love it. It's absolutely fantastic looking, and the photographer definitely did a nice job on that one. I love the sparkles. Yeah, it is beautiful, and the little veins of a lava flow there are really awesome. And let's see, I'm seriously hoping that somebody's going to be brave and come up with a name of this particular volcano. Sue, it's not Cumbre Vieja. Sorry, definitely not. And it looks similar though, but it is not. It's not Kilauea either. It's not Ayafyoko either, Sue, or Merapi there, Kevin. Same as yesterday, Doc? No, it is not the same photo as yesterday. This is a different photo. It is not a Fuego there, O Mummy of O Mummy Goddess, aka O Mummy of Hamsters. A squeaking good guess, but not quite. It's not a Fuego, sorry. That is not the same photo as yesterday. I guarantee it. I love it. I love it. It's very similar looking, though. Very similar looking, and I like it. And this is the unique thing about volcanoes. It's not Hecla. Sorry, it's not Hecla. And I'm hoping somebody's going to guess this one real soon, because I really don't want to have you stumped on this. This would be the third day in a row if you guys don't get this one. No, Sue, it's not Ragnar. Sorry. And no. Boy, this is tougher than I thought it'd be. No, Kevin, it's not Kilauea. No, Sarah, not Mayon either. Sorry. Fox trickery. No, actually, there is no fox trickery here. And I'm kind of grinning because, oh, I can't. What? Thor? Did you spell that correctly? I know that in Denmark they spell things slightly different, but are you trying to say Stromboli? Is that what you're trying to say, Thor? And if that's so, just tell me yes or no. Is that what you're trying to say? Yes? Okay. Well, congratulations, Thor. It is indeed Stromboli. Oh, Stromboli. It is. And congratulations, Thor. You get the cookies today. And that is awesome. And I'm surprised that it took this long to get a Stromboli. That is, you know, and I think it's because I threw you guys off so bad yesterday with the other ones that this is pretty awesome. You said it. Yes, Thor, you were paying attention. You were actually paying attention. I did say it is a beautiful Strombolian style eruption. And I thought for sure you guys would clue in and everyone would say Stromboli, but nobody bit other than Thor. So congratulations, Thor. And I'm glad that at least somebody came up with it. Oh boy, that was kind of funny for me. And I was literally trying to bite my tongue here. Every time you say a Stromboli, I think of a food. Yeah, a way to go, Bob. Oh, speaking of food, I gotta have a sip of Pepsi. Give me a second here. A Strombolian sandwich. Mmm, Stromboli. I like Stromboli ideas. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters changed her nick. Okay, cool. Thank you. Ice cream Thor winner. Yep, meatballs. Oh. Anyway, that is a pretty awesome shot. And no, that is not the same one as yesterday. Yesterday was, what the heck a volcano was yesterday's? I have to go look and see. Let me take a look and see which one it was. I don't even remember. I already removed it from my stream software here. So, but the pictures are definitely different. Well, they kind of look similar, but they are different photos. So, one was, I think it was, what was it? A Pacaya yesterday. No, a Pacaya was what we had. Wasn't it a Pacaya yesterday? I thought. Yeah. And today, of course, a Stromboli. So I do believe that's what I said. Yeah, okay, thanks, Sue. And no worries. Anyway, let's continue on with our wonderful volcanoes. We will actually hide this guy. And we'll leave that on, but I want to leave that paused. Okay, and that is okay, and we'll get rid of that wonderful shot, and we'll go back over to our Central America, and of course Central America, Fuego in Guatemala, just down the road from Pacaya, is not showing us much today. Nothing, it's all in the clouds till you get back early in the wee hours. Well, not really wee hours, but there we go. All the way back to the early morning to be able to see it. 8:22 a.m. There is a Fuego, and that is what we see. Otherwise, it's all cloud. So they do have some inclement weather down there, rain and stuff happening, and that is the way it goes. But that was what Fuego was doing this morning. Certainly not puffing as much as it used to. It's almost like somebody took all its steam away. Ever since it had that massive eruption, we aren't seeing anything anywhere near as strong and violent as what we are seeing, or what we've seen earlier, prior to this happening. And even further back in time, 7:17 a.m., very quiet and sedate looking caldera up top, and not a heck of a lot going on. So anyway, we'll put that one back to live in case something happens. We'll leave it there. We'll go to the next shot, and this is a Masaya volcano in Nicaragua, slightly further south. Of course, Fuego is in Guatemala, and Masaya being down a little bit further. And we aren't able to see the caldera, but we do see the arc of lava down on the bottom. Of course, if we could see right in, you'd see it be a fairly large circle of magma down, or lava down on the bottom of that caldera. Just don't fall in. Thanks, Tom, for that 5-minute warning. I'm going to refresh this one, see if it gets any better. Not really. We do get a lot of smoke in the way, so it's difficult to tell at times. Unfortunately, I refreshed way too late here, and our same story as yesterday. Basically, I'm not seeing a heck of a lot. Lascar is the only one that's in the clear right now, and we do see the stars moving and that kind of thing. And that is their little time lapse from Chile. Unfortunately, we aren't seeing anything erupting from Lascar, so that volcano is relatively quiet. Every once in a while it was puffing, but we haven't seen that for nighttime shots. I'm going to refresh this, see if that other camera will come back. No, it's definitely not coming back. So we're not going to see a Laguna del Mole or a Villarrica, and Villarrica is in the dark. So we have no idea what's going on there. Let's leave those guys be. I want to make sure I've got them returned to normal here, so we can see that. This, of course, Popo and Fuego are good. Everything is good there. Going to leave it there and move on to our next one. And let me see if I can find it real quick. Sometimes they all look alike. Especially when you're looking for them. And there you go. There is Merapi. And Merapi is going to try to make us happy. Well, we'll see if Merapi actually does. And what we're seeing right now, of course, it's 7:56 a.m. there. And things are starting to warm up for those good people. We are seeing some smoke come off of the top of the volcano. We did see the seismicity here is just simmering down, so there would have been a little bit of output, but because of the daylight, it's very difficult to see. Let's back that up a little bit, and we'll get into the early morning hours first, and we see the beautiful glow happening there. If we move this to a single screen, there we go. You can see it a little bit better, and we aren't seeing any output right now at that point. We do have a little bit more seismicity there, but still not seeing anything. And then earlier it had a wonderful lenticular cloud wrapped around the top of the volcano, and there is Merapi, has a Rapi, and that is pretty awesome. Haven't seen any lava yet, and of course I'm just viewing this just as you would if you go back and check it out yourselves. And of course right around here we see a little bit of a lava flow. Let's see if that'll come to be. There is the glow right there. We do see the increase in seismicity. There is some lava poking out and flowing down the side of the mountain, and in several directions at that. So we know it is definitely continuing to erupt, and always nice to have some lava flow, you guys. So that is awesome. Unfortunately, because of that lenticular cloud wrapping itself all the way around it, very, very difficult to see. So that is kind of what we've got there. Let's just take a look and see if we had any more of those prior. And I think visibility was not the greatest today. Let's see, there would have been one around here. This one might have been a nice one. Let's go take a look at it. And that would have, yeah, that was actually in black and white. And we do see some lava flow coming out of there. Of course, that glow is very, very intense when we're looking at it in black and white mode, or as they would call it, IR mode or night mode. And it lights up very, very well. And there you can see some extra flashing. And the lava flow down on the bottom here, that one was, I think, the biggest one that we may have seen, and they did switch it to a color, so we can see that a wonderful bacon coming down the hill. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a break time again, and time flies when you're having fun. So we will go put you back on the canned lava. I think we've seen enough for Ruapehu anyway, and Ruapehu did succeed to make us happy. And unfortunately, it's kind of poor conditions prior to that, so we won't worry about it from here on in. We'll take a look at tomorrow or later tonight, and we'll keep an eye on it. Anyway, be good and stick around. I'm going to put this back onto live, and that is kind of it. It is a time for me to go take a break, you guys. So let's turn that back on to a full screen. There we go. And we're going to put you back over to the canned lava. Turn that little other thing on there, archive footage. Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like a banana. Yeah, good one, Dan. Good one. That is a dad joke. On that friendly note, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you're sitting on the outside peeking in and you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or so minutes. Keep smiling and don't go away. Here's some music. Play nice. I'll be back. Okay, I had to swallow that Pepsi. I had to swallow my Pepsi. I'm back. Need tea for cookies. Awesome, Thor. And yeah, that was the worst conversation I ever seen up there. Thank you, Asu in Kananaska's country, and welcome back to Thor. And thanks, Kevin Haynes, and let's see, Teresa, thank you, and Oh Mummy of Hamster saying welcome back, Uncle Doc, thank you, and Sharon Stewart, of course. I hear you, DrFox2000, and thanks, Thor. Awesome. Anyway, let's carry on with our volcanic activity around the world, or volcanoes, and take a look at some others. See what is happening. We're going to pause that lovely archived flow from Mauna Loa from back on the 12th month, no, hang on, December 4th of 22, so last year. Canned lava, you gotta love it. If it wasn't for canned lava, we'd be needing a lava fix. Anyway, where are we going? We're going over to, let's see, this place. What do we got over here? And I see my screen capture is slightly off. We're going to have to fix that after the show. But that, of course, is Mount Ruapehu. And you can see it is snow covered. If we go back just a little bit, we can see a little bit better. As those clouds were there, and it's not the greatest right now with the cloud sliding in. A little further back, the clouds were a little heavier, but you definitely see the snow on there. And if we go back for a little while, we don't see it at all. But earlier, when the sun was coming up, they did have kind of a nice shot there. And that's what we were seeing. So pretty awesome. Big fat sun sitting there, and there's our wonderful volcano in the clear. So nice to see that at least they had a little bit of clear weather there for a while, and that is awesome. Let's leave that one be. We're going to put him back on live, and there is Ruapehu in New Zealand at present, and that is an awesome shot. We can see the clouds, of course, covering up a good portion, but it is definitely got the snow. You can see the snow line right around there. So Force Sailor, thank you. And yeah, I painted that myself. What do you think? I'm kidding. I didn't paint it. It's the way it is. That is pretty cool looking though. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we will go over to our next place of interest. I'm going to refresh that, even though I did refresh it not too long ago. This is our chart for Taupo, and looking at the activity, we see it has really kind of hit a rock bottom again, back to being relatively quiet from all these extra shakers here just a little while ago. So definitely back to normal, and giving those good people a little bit of a break. Taking a look at the other sensor a little bit further to the north, we do see that one spike in there, so that would have probably been one of the other ones. Wow, Sharon Stewart throws in a 5-pack of gifts, gift memberships, and that is awesome. And a C&D boy was a gifted one, and Russell Brainerd, and Andrea Greenlaw, and Echo the Bot, Echo the Bot, Echo the Bot, and Derek Shave. Congratulations to them, and thank you, Sharon, for doing that. Sharon Stewart, I'm writing that down so I don't forget. And thank you very kindly. Gifted a 5. There we go. I got it. Awesome gifting there, Sharon. Really, I do appreciate it. Anyway, we do see a little bit more activity there to the north of Taupo, but that is Ragitukua. if I said it right, Regatukua. Boy, I'm bad with some of those names, but that is what we were seeing there. These two big spikes, of course, were those huge quakes over there in the Loyalty Island region. And I'm assuming this one was at 6.1 that we had earlier today. So that is what we got there. And that's about it. So you can, well, you don't see it on here at all. So yeah, it would have been just right around here. It might be that little spike. But that's it for there. Let's go over to the other shot of Taupo itself. And we are going to make that bigger so you can actually see it. And if we target with our thing, we can move it over a little bit. Unfortunately, cloudy conditions are not allowing us to be able to see over to our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. It is back there, but we're not able to see it. And the entire lake, of course, is the caldera for Taupo, as you can see, and that is pretty cool. And of course, this shot is brought to you from courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in the city of Taupo. And we do like it. So that is what we've got there. They still haven't fixed this up. I hope they put it back to what it was previously, because I like that better. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we will get on to our next one. We'll make that smaller once again, and we'll put it back on here so I know what I'm looking for when it is time. And next one on our agenda is our wonderful Semeru. And we'll see if we can spot anything at the Semeru. There it is. And that is pretty interesting, seeing all that cloud in front of it. Let's go back a little bit, and we do have some eruptive activity going on. Well, maybe not. Looking at the chart here, I want to see if we can spot a little bit of a puff coming out. It should be right around here, and we should be able to see it. Just trying to get there. You should be able to see it in a second or so. It should be coming any time. And that is kind of, there it is, up in the top. And you can see it coming out of the top of the volcano's caldera, and pretty cool. And hey, Russell Brainerd, welcome. And yep, that is compliments of Sharon Stewart, of course, that threw those in, the free gifts for you guys. So thank you, Sharon. That is pretty cool. Anyway, that's what we were seeing during a daytime activity. 7:34 a.m. is when that was going on. If we go back a little bit, there was less cloud, and that did look a little better, but we weren't seeing very much eruptive activity. I'm just trying to find a spot where we did see something popping, but they were zoomed out quite a ways from it. And let's see if we can get to this pop here. Should be around here somewhere. And you know, they were pulled back a little ways, but hey, you can't see it. That's a 5:01 in the morning, and there it is. So erupting a little bit. I don't believe they had a heck of a lot going on there. I'm trying to find if they had any close-ups or anything. We did see a couple of places where we see a little bit more light. There's the nighttime shot, and of course that is at 2:48 a.m. You do see a little bit of lava rolling down the hill there, so pretty nice to be able to view that, but really not as much happening there as we would like to see. Semeru, of course, is a nice volcano, but typically it doesn't blow out as much material as what we see from Merapi as an example. And but it does throw out a lot of SO2 gas. So I hate to say it, but that volcano has gas. Um, it is what it is. This is from 2223 last night for them, which is still in the future for us, but that's about it. So not very good visibility there whatsoever, but it is what it is. So that is what we've got going on. And prior to that, it was all in the clouds. So we will leave that one alone. And let's see, what else do we have here? I want to see if we have, pardon me, anything going on over at Stromboli. Give me a second to load that page. And I don't believe we have too much Strombolian activity today, unfortunately. And we'll take a quick peek anyway. There is, that is not Stromboli, that is something else. Yeah, that's another screen I didn't fix. So let's try fixing that really quickly. And as we move along here, we'll do a quick capture on that, and we'll see if we can see anything on Stromboli, and we'll put that over there and just make it a little bit bigger. And of course you can see there's the fountain there for Stromboli. Let me also get the thermal image up there, and we'll take a look at that as well. And that will be easy grab here. And there's the thermal image. That's usually what we look at. So there's the primary vent. This, of course, is what we see in the thermal. And not a heck of a lot going on at Stromboli. So we will leave that one be. I do want to pop over to Mount Etna. But on my way over there, we'll just take a quick peek at Yellowstone National Park and see why that is not moving. That should be moving. It is now, and now that we're looking at it, that is all good. And let me go take a look at our next one. And yeah, Yellowstone is relatively quiet. For those good people who have not yet gone over and loaded up Yellowstone's website, the link is on in the chat there. Thank you, Sue, and I guess Bob tried to bring it up as well, but it's all right, no worries. And I do have it set so it won't throttle it. We only have one link showing, but anyway, we'll leave that guy be. You can go to Yellowstone National Park. It is a nice view there, and definitely worthy of having a peek. And they have over 500 active geysers doing their thing there at Yellowstone. And on occasion you see some wildlife like Sasquatches wandering around, and a buffalo, and wolves and bears and all kinds of things. You know, the occasional person getting run over. 4-minute warning. Thank you, Sue. And this, of course, I'm not sure which geyser this actually is, but you can always go take a look at the map that they have, and it will tell you which geyser that actually is from the map view. So all awesome. Anyway, let's go over to our next one of interest, and that, of course, is Mount Etna, and we want to definitely take a look and see if we have any more activity at Mount Etna. Mount Etna is not doing good either. We do see that we have a problem. I guess my software decided to be nasty to me during the course of the night and changed everything. So let's see if we can do a quick recapture on Mount Etna as well. And we'll take a look and see what we got there. So quick peek there. And there we go. So that is on Mount Etna from 5 p.m. And if we go back a little bit more, we really don't see it. It's been in the clouds all day long from what many people have been saying. Very difficult to see anything on occasion. At 5 minutes prior, we did see a little bit of snow sticking out over there and some of the actual mountain, but nothing too crazy. And then, of course, during the course of the sunset, it was looking like that. So we weren't seeing a heck of a lot. There we go. Some of the cloud did move out of the way. You are seeing some pluming coming out of the top of the volcano vent up here, as well as some cloud. It's hard to tell and differentiate, but that is definitely coming out of the volcano. This area here for sure. So the top, this vent over that side, and the back side where the southeast vent is, it is continuing. So we are definitely in a minor eruptive state there at Mount Etna. And of course, this is a little bit better picture. There you can go see some of the clouds, puffies sitting in the way, but we do see the off-gassing, and the column in the back here is from the southeast crater coming upward. So that is Mount Etna. I want to take a look at the chart here and see what kind of activity we had. And of course, this is where we had our eruption, and we did have a spike here, which it's not being shown here, but it dropped back down to a quiet point, and it did lift back up, and it was missing some data from the chart. But this is where we're seeing a little bit more. We're missing it off of this chart. If you kind of compare, you can see that over here. We do see the uptick there, and definitely doing its thing. But this is kind of your baseline here. That would indicate when things are erupting. And of course, we did see right there, it is above the line a little bit, so definitely doing a little bit of activity. So I'm going to keep working on that. Let's put it back over here. That is Mount Etna. We're going to leave that be. I'm going to make that smaller and save some horsepower. When we come back, we're going to take a look at our wonderful Sakurajima and the Japanese volcanoes. And of course, just to let you know, the ice cream boat is sitting there, and it's not moving, so you can run down and get an ice cream for the break. That'll be awesome. And that is right there. So remember, go down the road here, down there at the lights, you hang a left, get down there to the ice cream stand, and you can get yourself an ice cream. And on that friendly note, I'm going to put it back on canned lava for right now, so you have something moving and seeing something doing some lava stuff anyway for the break. And I'm going to go take a break. Don't go away. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava field, and I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes. For those good people who haven't bought that like button yet, give it a quick pop. Red Cross called me to hear if I could make a run to Italy. Had to tell them that my truck is no more. Oh, darn it. That is too bad, Thor. And yeah, that would have been a nice run for you. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and I'll be back in a few minutes here. I'm going to take that break. Here comes some music. There we go. Oh. Okay, I'll be back. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue. And I don't see any other ones. Oh, hang on, Thor. There we go. Thanks, Thor. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. My voice is still not good enough to be able to sing. We got to give it a few more days. And thank you, Cananaska's Country and Kevin Haynes and Teresa. And that is all awesome. And Kathy is here. Well, aloha, Kathy. Good to have you on board. Anyway, let's continue on with our wonderful show. Of course, we have gotten a lot of volcanoes out of the way. Baby, that voice, Doc. Yep, I'm still trying to keep it down to a dull roar, if you know what I'm saying. A dull roar. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Back we go. We did have one ice cream boat take off, and the other one did come in there. So we are covered. See, there it is at the left. You can see its tracks, and it's right there. The other one is in though. They just got there, so that'll be good for a little while. Yeah, you know, I am a Leo, so that is what you get. We roar like lions. Anyway, let's carry on. The volcano in the background here, aside from the ice cream boat, which is more important, that of course is Sakurajima in Japan. And we do see a little bit of off-gassing from it right there, but let's have a closer look. And we can see it right there. 10:40 a.m. there right now, and we do see the off-gassing from the smaller vent over here on the side, as well as the two vents up in the top of the caldera. So it's definitely not gone quiet or anything like that. Just taking a little easier, I think. And if we go back a couple hours, 2.5 hours, there we go. We see it is blowing off to the opposite side of where the camera is. That means we should actually be able to get a relatively good shot from the close-up cam, and we will in a second or two. There you can see a little bit more of a plume, also a lot more birds flying around, and that is at 7:24 a.m. their time. So pretty awesome. And like I said, you know, don't count Sakurajima out. Never count it out. It likes to do what it does. So it'll go quiet for a little while, and then all of a sudden it'll surprise you and erupt like crazy for some reason. Anyway, let's let you awe and ooh at the close-up view of the caldera. And there it is. That is the crater cam, as they call it, crater Kagoshima, Japan. And there we go. You can definitely see the off-gassing. Sounds like my ex-wife. Oh boy. Oh boy. Thor, I think I'm going to just bite my tongue on that one. I'll leave that alone. Let's go back a couple of hours here, just so we can see what it looked like when it was pushing out that material. And there, of course, is a little bit more of a close-up. And you can, in the close-up shot here, tell that is definitely not pure white. So we have all kinds of other things in there, other than just steam. And well, it's, if you see the bluish white color, you know it's high in SO2 content at the time. But when you see more brownish material in there, there's a lot of iron material and such being smelted in that lava as well. so high in iron content, etc., etc. It's and the off-gassing, of course, taking place with all that getting cooked up and the air hitting it, and it definitely picks up a lot of ash and particles from the lava cooking in that caldera. So a very cool view, and that is kind of neat. And if we go back a little bit more, we have a little heavier view even, and there you can see it, and that wasn't bad. So definitely a little bit of action from Sakurajima, and that's nice to see. And of course, the way that's drifting is not that good. So, yeah, Kathy, we're trying to encourage him to go buy a wonderful camper and go visit volcanoes. He can be my man up on Mount Etna. That'd be pretty cool. Go to Sicily with his camper, and that'll be pretty awesome. A little earlier, it looked a little more darkish, and because the sunlight was not illuminating it as much. The thing I want to add here is we're not seeing the eruptive activity so much from the smaller vent. This is from the two up top inside the caldera, rather than the little one. And the longer that little one stays quiet, the more pressure it builds up. So it will pop one day and do a tremendous job like this, if not more. So pretty awesome to see that. And let's see, prior to that, yeah, we do see where it kind of started. This is like about 5 hours and 42 minutes ago. It wasn't doing too much, and then it got a little bit heavier as it started pluming out. There we go, at 5:10 a.m. or thereabouts. So definitely continuing to do its thing. Let's put this back on live so you can see what it looks like right now. And there we go. It's calmed back down. The little vent over here, not, like I said, not doing so much. And the two primary ones, of course, up in the top, doing their thing. Let's make that smaller. We're going to carry on to our next volcanoes. This is what, I want to put that back on live as well. That's what it looks like right now, a present view. Next one, of course, this is supposed to be Suwanoshijima. They still don't have that camera back. We'll see what happens in the future. I'm going to make that one smaller, and we'll make this one bigger. This is Aso, and of course Aso, the caldera is huge, but this is its primary vent right now, and we are seeing a lot of off-gassing happening as per usual. And that caldera, of course, is like a bowl. Every time it rains, all that rainwater sits inside there, a little bit of a lake in there, and the caldera floor is hot. So what ends up happening is the water heats up and is steamed off. In addition to the water, though, there is also SO2 coming out of there, so that is what we've got going on. Gold for my friend Thor. That is very kind of you to throw that super chat in there. That is awesome. Thank you, Thor. And well, I get the 50 Danish kroners there, and write those down. Awesome. Thank you very kindly, Thor. That is good stuff. All right. Appreciate that support, Thor. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there, nice and green. And remember, you know, it wasn't too long ago where they burnt off all that grass, the dead grass in the area, and it looks so nice right now that it's you wouldn't even know that they had done that. What was it, a month and a half, 2 months ago? But pretty awesome to see. Anyway, let's make that one smaller. We'll go to the next one. And this one is Asama. Asama-san is kind of in the clouds. Yesterday it was in the clouds as well. And we aren't really seeing the top very much in that shot. But if we go back about 2 hours and 20 minutes, we do see the top actually has some snow on it, which is pretty cool. And you can definitely see that the volcano is in an active state, throwing out gases. And of course, we had more clouds come in there shortly before that, so hard to see what's going on, but definitely doing its thing. And if we go back here, you can see that cloud, but you can also see the plume coming out of the volcano. So definitely something to keep an eye on in the future. Of course, Asama is about 100 kilometers approximately to the west of Tokyo, there in Japan, and that is pretty awesome. We'll make that one smaller, and we'll actually go back and make sure the other ones are all small as well. And we'll maybe put it back on the ice cream boat. The ice cream boat is still there. And we will do our volcano report right now. And we do have enough time here before our break. So let's get at that and get it out of the way. And we'll start out with from yesterday's 3 volcanoes listed for yesterday's late activity. And we have Sangay in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet. And likely the culprit, 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters from 1930 yesterday. That would have been 7:30 its time. Their time there. But likely the culprit that was throwing out a lot of SO2 gas. We're still not certain if that is the one, but very likely. Next one, of course, Sabancaya down in Peru, intermittent emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 2045. And then, of course, we have Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 2345. And for Tuesday, or today, we do have a few. We have 9 listed. And we'll start out with one that we can't see, and that is Suwanoshi-jima in Japan. And that erupted to 4,000 feet or 1,200 meters, reported at 12:30 just after midnight. And or 30 minutes into the new day, if you will, their time, of course, and erupted to 4,000 feet again, or 1,200 meters at 1,400, and that is what we've got there. They did actually put exploded rather than erupted, but hey, that's okay. Popocatepetl, central Mexico, ongoing moderate volcanic ash emissions to 30,000 feet or 9,100 meters, reported at 2:15 a.m. And we did have the separate report there for it earlier, but we'll continue on. Ongoing moderate volcanic ash emissions, again 30,000 feet, 9,100 meters, reported at 11:45 this morning from there. Sabancaya in Peru, and that is intermittent emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 2:45 a.m. And then puff emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 14:45. Luotolak is from Lesser Sunda Island in Indonesia. A volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 4:15 a.m. And then we've got Sangay in Ecuador, still on the books. Possible volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 5 a.m. And here's one we didn't see. White Isle Volcano in New Zealand. I missed that report. We will have to take a look at it afterwards, but It is on the report list from 6/18. We're going to find that report and see what we've got going on there. I definitely missed it. And Ahai in the Mariana Island region, separate report. I missed that one as well. And we're going to go take a look at that. Oh, wow, we've got another one, Cerro Bravo in Colombia, also a separate report. I'm going to have to find out why I didn't see those. Mind you, I got bombarded with a lot of emails and trying to put everything together really quickly, so we'll see what happens. I did mention Popocatepetl, so at least we got that guy out of the way. Reventador in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions to it doesn't say the height. Seen on the webcam, reported at 1300. All right, that is all cool. Let's see if we can find ourselves a couple of more of these volcanoes that popped. And oh yeah, they're here in my emails. I missed them for some reason. But we'll see if we can get those going. And actually, yeah, I sent separate emails early this morning. Yeah, I see that there, Sue. Let me see if I can get them working. Whoops. And we'll do this one first. Cerro Bravo. And we'll have a look at that one. And that one, of course, is the one that was steaming at the side of the road. And I remember looking at that and thinking that we're going to see something happening there. Anyway, what are they saying there? Let's just go on that. There we go. And that is Cerro Bravo, Volcano, Colombia. Geological analysis found gases not volcanic in origin. Alert status remains at green. So that is very interesting. And of course, there are the fine volcanologists testing the gas, going, hey, what is this? So I wonder what they actually found. And geochemical investigation of the site of the affected areas, what the title is picture as. Is there more pictures? Nope, this is something else. All right, we'll leave that alone. We'll read a little bit here and see. After reviewing results of the geochemical analysis from the affected La Virgen area, the SGC Institute ruled out leaking gases to be ruled out that it to be volcanic geologic in origin. And what a high than usual, I think they mean higher than usual concentrations of methane gas, CH4, were registered way higher as it occurs in volcanoes areas worldwide. Besides, no significant change has been registered at the volcano and remains at stable levels. Moreover, measurements of SO2 concentrations result in its absence, which makes the analysis more likely. Although high elevated ground temperatures were detected close to 700 C, no indicator shows a relation to the volcanic activity. So that is very interesting to see that. That is an interesting report as far as I'm concerned. So thank you for sending that one in, Sue. Let us get to our next one and see what else we've got. I'm really curious about a High Eye and a White Isle volcano. Let's take a look at a High Eye and see if we can find that one. And we'll get rid of some of the advertisements and take a look there. So we know a High Eye, of course, is a submarine volcano. And we will take a look at that photo here real quick. 3D model of a high volcano, and there you can see it on the photo. A very interesting structure, and very interesting all the way through. It makes you wonder what is going on there. Did they have more photos? No. Let's leave that. Northern Mariana Island Volcano Observatory reported an elevated eruptive activity at the undersea volcano. Pressure recordings monitored increased values in the underwater on May 21st at 10:10 a.m. This follows a plume of discolored seawater observed by the above the volcano area on the 22nd of May at 10:43 a.m. Local time. Therefore, the alert level of the volcano has been raised to yellow. So a high eye is back in the news, and that is pretty awesome to see. So very interesting there, and definitely kind of makes you wonder if we're going to see a new island be born. And you know, looking at the size of this, it's still quite a ways down. As you can see up there, it's 56 meters is the height, so about 100 and minus 56, so 150, 160 feet down is where the top of it is. So it needs to grow a little bit if it wants to become an island. And we need a few eruptions, not just one. Or we need some heavy eruptive activity, and preferably not something that's going to allow water to get into that caldera or into the magma chamber. Otherwise, we'll have a big pit here, and that's not what we want to see. I want to see a new island. So that'll be interesting, eh? All right, let's leave that one be, and we have one more that we want to look at before the break, and of course that is a White Isle volcano, and we'll have a quick look at it and see what it is doing, and we'll take a look, and let's get rid of the advertisements. And there is a White Isle volcano for you. And White Isle volcano, of course, just to the north of New Zealand. And you can see a plane or a helicopter going by checking it out. It's a dangerous place. I wouldn't want to be there because this sucker could go and blow up at any point in time. And that is definitely a dangerous place to visit. We know, and of course, of the disaster that happened there with the tourists before. But anyway, White Isle volcano during its recent observation of flight is what they call that. A photo. And let's see, is there any other photos? Oh, nice sunset, but that's not a White Isle volcano. Photo taken by Tom Pfeiffer. And that is all nice. He does some decent work. That's a lot of SO2 in the air, by the way. When you see that sunset like that, that's gorgeous. So anyway, let's see what we've got for good words here. Fumarolic activity at the volcano continues, and it is accompanied by near constant emissions of steam-laden plumes. The recent observatory's flight confirms the gas and steam leaking from the same vents as usual. No ash emissions have been registered during the investigation. So, of course, they're talking about the SO2 levels in here. Complemented by the daily satellite-based SO2 emission measurements. Although the technique is not as sensitive as our gas measuring during flights, neither of these satellite techniques have detected a significant change in overall activity of the volcano in the past few months. So, yep, still there, still cooking, and don't go there because you never know. It could pop or could blow. You don't want to be anywhere near it. All right, so those were those extra ones that I missed, and we've covered them now, so that is all good. Let's get us back over onto a canned lava. It is time for me to take another break. My throat is feeling it, and we definitely need to do that. So, what salmon? No, the wind. Salmon? A salmon in a wild caught from China. I'm taking it back. Yucky, and I'm not using my money, so they can spread a germ. Sorry. Yeah. Sometimes you have to wonder about them. Yeah. Kathy, take it back if it's no good. Anyway, yeah, time to take that break, you guys. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please give it a quick bop. Help us out and grow the channel. And of course, for those good people who are here, if you haven't subscribed yet and peeking in from the outside, please consider helping the channel grow if you feel we've earned it. And leaving it as that, we will go take that break. And for those good people who need to know, a second ice cream boat is inbound, and you can get your ice cream. The first one is there. You can get double whammies there. You can see that second boat heading in. The first one is still at the docks, so all good. And let's put you back on the canned lava, though, and we will leave it be, and we'll go take that break. So keep smiling, and I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Then we'll take a look at our earthquakes around the planet, and from there our SO2 map, and then we'll hit the weather map, and we'll go like that. So keep smiling. I'll be back. Thanks. Here's some music. the microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Thor and Sue and Kevin Haynes and Teresa. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Kananaska's Country. Awesome, you guys, and glad that you're hanging around and still here. So let's continue on with our wonderful stuff. I'm going to freeze that volcano. There we go. And let's get over to our earthquake map. And we'll see what is shaking. And as we usually try to do, we start out up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. And we're not seeing anything new up there, so very quiet for the most part. And of course, we are going to take a look at what we've got going on here. Looks like we have some little ones here. Rat Island area 3.7, not going to worry about those. We do have a new batch of quakes on Tanaga Island, and that is pretty good there. We do see a couple over here, just little guys, minus 0.2 and 0. So very little quakes. I'm not going to worry about those. Going to carry on, look for other stuff. Yeah, looks like not very much happening here either. And that is, what the heck is that called? It starts with A. I forgot it. It's so... a little activity there. I forgot. I'm sure Sue is going to tell me. Aniak check. But Sue, she just did. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sue. Let's carry on there, and we'll see what Trident Volcano is doing. And Sue doesn't have to remind me of that one. We do see some there, and nothing major though. And Captain A beside it, though, I did have a quake underneath the caldera, 0.5, 3.1 kilometers down. And interesting to see that, but not anything major. And the other one is a minus 0.6. And that happened today at 10:43 or 34, and 3.2 clicks down, about the same height as or depth as the 0.5. Makes you wonder what we got going on there. I see a red one there, a new quake, 2.1. What is it? Alaneva area, and that is not so far away. Lots of snow up there. It's cold. I don't want to be there. Let's go down the coast to see if there's anything new shaking. And looks like North America is doing all right. We are still seeing our normal quakes along the San Andreas fault line here. Not seeing so much on the Imperial Fault, but San Andreas, and of course our other areas here. We have our mud volcanoes just down there on the lake there on this side here. And that is all new land. And you know, if they ever get a really good quake, we're going to see a lot of liquefaction, and some of that area is going to disappear again. So we'll see what happens. And that other one that we had over here, that swarm, seems to really have dissipated. So we'll leave that alone. We're going to keep going down south here, looking at this one, 4.3, and that is still just off the coast of Mexico. And that happened at yesterday, 2109, 10 kilometers down for him. Sliding down, we don't see a heck of a lot until we get down here in Chile, and we got a 4.3, and that was from 1501, 35 kilometers down for that. And there's another one in Chile, 4.2, and that is from 1718. 18.2 kilometers down for him. Looking down here at South Sandwich Islands, nothing new. Moving over, though, we see New Zealand is pretty much quiet. And let's get these ones they call Fiji. 4.8 from 1748, 441 kilometers down. The other one a 4.5 from 2038 yesterday, and that is 514 kilometers down. This one, a Tonga area, 4.5, and that's 4:51 a.m. 218 clicks down for him. We don't see any other ones there, but this is the Loyalty Island region, and of course we do still see some aftershocks happening there. 4.8 from 5:49, 43 clicks down, 43.4. The other one, 5.0 from 3:26, 42.9 clicks down. The next one over here, 5.1, 22 minutes after midnight, 32.8 kilometers down. 4.6, and that is from 4:20 a.m. 36.6 kilometers down. And then we got these other two they're calling New Caledonia. One is a 4.8 from 7:06 a.m., 10 clicks down, and the other one, of course, is the 6.1, and that came in at 41 minutes after midnight, 12 and a 0.1 kilometer down, and that is what we got there. So a little bit of shaking still going on, and I thought that would have stopped and subsided, but I guess not. Over here in Papua New Guinea, 5.0 from 7 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. And then looking at this one, Flores Sea, Flores Sea, Flores. I'm going to call it Flores. I'm not sure the actual pronunciation, but 4.3, 15:12 was the time on it, 281 clicks down. That's not too far away from Luotalak, and that is what we got there. We don't see anything else in Indonesia other than these up here. Southern or northern Indonesia, 5.1 from 9:04, 45.9 kilometers down. Next one, the 5.2. That's actually in the Philippines, and that is from 1844 today, 10 kilometers down for that guy. We don't see anything along the Japanese coastline, and as we mentioned earlier, nothing up in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do have this one, that is in India or Naples? Nepal, not Naples, Nepal. 4.3 from 1621, 10 kilometers down. Not unusual to see quakes there. And of course, they have uplift happening all the time. Mount Everest grows 2.5 inches a year, so definitely uplift. And 4.5 there in China from 918, and that is what we got happening there. We do see another one down here, 4.7 on the southwest Indian Ridge from 1948, 10 kilometers down. And that is likely an aftershock because of these guys here. We had that 6.8 and the 5.1 there. So that is what we've got in that region. Happy to report nothing in Turkey today, and that is really nice. And we have one here in Greece, 4.2. Yesterday's from 2217, 52 kilometers down for him. And that's basically the most of the earthquakes that we've got there. Let's take a look at Hawaii and see what we've got going on the big island of Hawaii. And we'll go through them fairly quickly and not worry so much about them. Let's get this straggler first here. 2.6, 3:01 Hawaii time, or our time. Hawaii time is 3 hours less, so it would have been minute after midnight Hawaii time. 36.9 kilometers down for that guy. Next area, we're just going to take a look at Pahala, and those are typically between 26 and 37 kilometers down. Let's have a look at these. We got a 1.8 from 1:57 a.m. We have 2.0 from 11:47. We have 2.2 from 4:44 in the morning. Next one over here is 2.1 from yesterday at 22:17. And let's go grab these other two here. 2.2 from 3:37 this morning. And then this guy here, 1.9, and that is 48 minutes after midnight, according to our time. So that is it for the Pahala area. Let's take a look and see what we've got going on here. We'll get these little ones out of the way, the stragglers. 2.4, well, it's not that little, 8:32 a.m., 4.1 kilometer below sea level. Next one, 2.4 from yesterday at 23:41, 2.5 clicks down. And then we've got this one, 1.7, today's at 11 a.m., 1.6 clicks below sea level. 1.9 from 4:18, and that is 1.2 kilometers below sea level. Next one is a 1.8 from 17:56, 2.1 kilometers down below sea level. We'll grab these ones on the outsides first, and we'll get into the caldera in a second. 2.1, 3:40 a.m., 5.8 kilometers below sea level. This one is a 1.8 from 13:42, 2.5 kilometers down. Next one is 2.4 from 12:40, 5.4 kilometers down. And the last one on the outside of the caldera is 1.9 from 17:57, 3.8 kilometers below sea level. Now we got three within the caldera, and we'll take a look at those. And that one is a 1.9 from yesterday, 23:06, 600 meters below sea level. This one is a 1.8 from today at 7:56, 2.1 kilometers below sea level. And the other side of the caldera, we got a 1.7, and that one is a little bit deeper at 6.3 kilometers below sea level from 1904. That's our Hawaii earthquakes. So let's go over to our Canary Islands real quick, and we're going to refresh that and see what we've got, and have a look at it. And yes, Sue is bringing up the link for the Hawaii map. If you're interested in that, it's definitely worthwhile having a look at it. Looks like the latest earthquake was a very, very small right there, 0.3 at 7:33 a.m. UTC, and 6 kilometers down, and that's over on Tenerife, and we will leave that be. Let's go take a look at La Palma itself, and we have nothing new at La Palma. The two that we do see is a 1.6, 11 kilometers down from yesterday at 15:30, and then a larger one, a 2.1, and that is a 1 kilometer down, 6:08 a.m. And that one is a little suspect because that is definitely right in the lava flow, and I'm wondering if it's just in general because of a pressure of the weight of that lava causing some movement. And we're going to continue to see those smaller quakes there as time goes by. Things settle. That weight will, it's persistent weight. It's not moving. It's going to turn around and cause things down below to do its thing. It's going to pop and crack, and if you had a couple of thousand tons sitting on top of you, I think you'd make a few noises for a little while as well. Anyway, let's not worry too much about that. We don't see any other quakes up here on the East Azores Ridge, and that is what we see. So Canary Islands, not too bad. Thank you for the 3-minute warning, Sue, and we'll leave that be. And let's see where we want to go next. Well, let's go over to our SO2 map. We'll get that started. It is just about break time, So we'll go start up here. I'm going to refresh this, by the way, and then we'll be better off. There we go. So refreshed, and we'll get rid of that. We do see a fair amount of SO2 being generated there in the Kamchatka Peninsula once again, and that is probably Karimsky, and looks like a Shivelush, and possibly a Bezimiani or Klyushevskoy, if I've said those correctly. Anyway, that's the volcano lineup for up there that are active right now. So definitely something to look at. There's also been industrial stuff there. But looking at Canada, so much better today. So much better. We had that rain here in Alberta, and that has washed out a lot of that SO2 out of the air. And you can see the big difference that we're seeing. We are still seeing some smoke over here, but I'm sure in time more of that rain will wash that out as well. Looking at the eastern portions of Canada, we do see down here in Ontario the peninsula, or what do you call that? The panhandle. Anyway, it's quite smoggy down there, and I'm wondering if they've got some of that smoke. But the eastern portions are looking pretty good. Sue has got some good clean air over there in Nova Scotia, as well as most of the other people in the area. Looking at my time, we can do the U.S. real quick. Western U.S. got some rain cleaning out the air as well, so that is really good there. And we see a little bit of this, maybe some of that leftover smoke that didn't get washed away yet. Hopefully it will. And then, of course, eastern area here, central and eastern U.S. and the northern portions, definitely showing higher SO2 levels. That is due to several things. Obviously, we have higher population in that area, but also some of that smoke got down in there and hasn't had any rain to wash it away. We will come back after the break to take a look at this area, and most of this is from Popocatepetl, and some of it is from our wonderful Fuego and other volcanoes in the vicinity. So let's leave the map be right there. I'm going to put it back on the canned lava. I'm going to take that break. So be good and don't go away yet. We got more to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and we are doing the SO2 report, but I do need to take a break because it is what it is. Don't go away. Leaning on my pillow. Susie, hi, but don't get me sleepy. I need to go shopping a little bit after the break, after the show. I have to zip down to a grocery store and get a few things. So we're going to try to expedite this, and we'll finish it by 9 p.m. Anyway, here comes some music. Keep smiling, you guys, and we'll be back. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. That'd be awesome. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And, yeah, by the way, my throat does feel a lot better today. I got the occasional hiccups, though, for some reason. Yeah, of course, with the smoke being gone, it certainly helps a whole bunch. And we are still getting some occasional showers in some areas of Alberta, which are really helping. And I'm also hoping that we see some of those fires be wiped out as well. Sue says, you sound better. Yeah, I sound better. I don't look any better, Sue, but I sound better. Anyway, thanks for the welcome backs, Sue and Susie. And I guess everyone else is falling asleep, and that is okay. Let's get back to the SO2 map. We'll stop our wonderful lava here, and we'll do this quickly. So off we go to take a look. I can see you. Yeah, sure you can. Thanks, Thor, and that's awesome. And we'll get back over there. There we go. Buckaroo to you. All right. There we go. I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and welcome back from Diane. I can't see you. Oh, you can't see me? It's something to do with the curvature of the world? Come on, Sue. We know that happens. Anyway, looking at what we got down here, so most of that is because it's been kind of swirling around this way. That's why we're seeing a lot of that SO2 heading into the Pacific, but also seeing a fair amount go in over here into the I guess the Caribbean for the most part. We're seeing that sitting just off the coast of Honduras and Belize, and that is what is kind of divided up here, if you will. We do have some mountains in the way, so that's going to split some of that up, but most of that is from Popocatepetl, but let's not blame everything on Popo. Guatemala, of course, has got some volcanoes as well, and they are responsible for some of that. Going over here, Nevado del Ruiz doing its thing there, and this stuff here, is probably from San Gabe, and we're still not sure if that's the only thing producing it, but it looks like there may be a source right along the coast here. They may have some industrial stuff going as well. And let's look further down, Seven Kaya making that little plume, and then of course our ones in Chile doing their thing, and we see some of that drifting across the Argentinian territories, and pretty normal stuff for the Rio de Janeiro area. It says 21 degrees there right now, so Mars 2028 is enjoying his time, we hope. And anyway, looking at this, that is that extra stuff that is finally breaking up a little bit more. Awesome to see that breaking up. That was, of course, from what we suspect to be a submarine volcano somewhere along the Kermadec Ridge area here. White Isle volcano continuing to throw out SO2 as well, and we are seeing very little coming from the refinery there in Australia. The coking plants are still doing their thing. Tofua is still working its magic out here in Tonga. Yasur's got a little bit more today than it had yesterday, and Agawa and Aoba are still working their magic in Vanuatu. Papua New Guinea area a little lighter than yesterday, and of course Luotalak with it's a new shaker out in the area here, might be picking up some steam for tomorrow, but we do see that circulation there as well. This would be from Semiru, and most of that would be from Well, it depends on where that's drifting. I shouldn't say most of it. Some of it is from Merapi, and then of course over here we have Jakarta, a very heavy population center, as well as our wonderful Krakatau, son of Krakatoa. So they're working on that. Currency and Marapi are working on making that area full of SO2, and then of course we see this area would be a Sinabung. Going over to the other islands, we see Ebu and Dakono, not as heavy today. They're taking a little bit of a breather. And what is it? Mayon and Bulasan over here are doing a little bit more today than usual. And we see Taal and, of course, Manila producing the rest of this. There's, well, quite a few population areas there that are causing that. Moving up, Taiwan pretty normal, and taking a look over here, we see a little larger plume. That, of course, Suwanoshi-jima, and then Sakurajima. Sakurajima are doing its thing. You can see very heavy pluming out of there. And looking at Aso, there's the caldera for Aso. So a very, very large volcano, but only one little vent that's really putting any of that out, and that's our little friend right there. So pretty cool to see that. But it is affecting that area. And let's go up a little further north and see we're near Tokyo. And of course, what we're looking for is, where is, well, there's a little higher concentration here. That's Asamasan that is doing that. But it doesn't look very heavy today, so it's all good. We've already covered the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we will, well, not going to say much about China. We know it's a bad place. India, eastern portions, pretty normal, heavy SO2. And looking down here, we see the gold smelting plants are still throwing out quite a bit. And of course, here in DR Congo, we have the two volcanoes working, and it's what is it? Niagara. Hang on. Boy, I messed it up again. Niagara Jima, I think. No. Oh boy, I messed it up again. Goma 1 and 2. Nayam Muragira and Nira Gongo. Nira Gongo. What she said. Yeah, sure. Yeah, those two. Goma 1 and 2. And then we see the a little bit from Urta Ale. We see the oil refineries there in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran doing their thing. And looks like all that SO2 that came out of Mount Etna is now all the way over top. Wow, it's over top of a Piggy as well there in Kos, but it looks like it's moved over, and it is now in Turkey. So now you've got high levels of SO2 in Turkey. We are still seeing fairly high levels of SO2 coming out of our wonderful Mount Etna, and possibly coming out of Stromboli as well. Stromboli as well as Volcano and that area. So that is what we're seeing for our SO2 report. Yeah, that is actually a very heavy there, and that drifted right into Turkey and part of it into Syria. So yeah, they're getting nailed, and it looks like actually all the way along here, you know, Beirut has got some of it, and Israel, and of course it's affecting Egypt as well as the corner here of Libya. So definitely pretty bad. And Greece a little bit as well. So definitely I get a 3 MRI Sunday. I wonder if they can knock me out. For an MRI, you don't need to be knocked out. Nah, that's they're just taking pictures of you. Let's go take a look at the weather. I'm going to make this real quick. I know we've got some storms and stuff, but I'm not going to go dispense with temperatures so much. We're just going to look at the areas. We see warmer areas up in the northern portions of Alaska, Yukon, Northwest Territories, and even into Nunavut. Here in British Columbia, we are seeing a little bit cooler, but it's still quite warm up north. So that colder climate is coming through again. Southern prairies here from Edmonton on about down to, well, going into the U.S. A little bit warmer there. We're seeing Winnipeg is still fairly warm, but that cold has crept back down from up here. And that is what we're seeing. Yeah, from up in the Hudson's Bay area. Not so good, and that is kind of messing things up. And looks like they've got some cold being generated in here again for the eastern portions of the Canadian area as well. So poor Sue is probably about 6 degrees or so. Oh, she's got 4 degrees there in Cole Harbor. A little bit on the cool side there, Sue. Going down here, though, looking at some of the other areas, we are still seeing high temperatures. I want to get Death Valley real quick, quick peek at it. It's not as hot as yesterday. It looks like 37 is about the highest we're seeing in there. Maybe a 38 on occasion. But that is kind of what we've got there. Las Vegas coming in at 31. Death Valley is 36. Yep, thanks, Sue. Mexicali 31, and we see Phoenix at 32. I'm just going to slide on here a little bit. San Antonio 27, Houston at 26, Austin 25, and we see Dallas sitting at about 24. Oklahoma City sitting at about 19 degrees Celsius. And it looks like possibly some stormy stuff in this area. A lot of air being kind of messed up, and the same with the stuff just up north here of Oklahoma City. And New Orleans 26, Miami coming in at 26, Jacksonville at 22, Atlanta only at 17, 18 right now. Charlotte, North Carolina, 18. Grandma B's house, about 15, 16 degrees, a lot cooler than it was before. And 13 in Philadelphia and New York, and 10 in Boston. Brr. Cancun, Mexico, 26 degrees. And let's see if we got some really high temps here. And nothing really super high. It looks like 36 was about the highest I seen in there. In Mexico, Mexico City coming in at about 16. Everybody's cooler today. I wonder, did the sun tilt or something? No, the Earth would have tilted. The sun doesn't matter. And looking through Central America, pretty normal, up to about 28 there. In Colombia, high temps about 27, 28. In Venezuela as well. Pretty normal in most of the areas. Little cool around Rio and that place. Seeing, well, we mentioned Rio de Janeiro was about 21 earlier. So we got anywhere from 21 to about 23 degrees showing there. I just want to peek in here. Paysandú actually at 22. A little warmer today. They are getting flow from the north to the south. So a little bit more warmer air. Still cut off there, cold down on the bottom, double lows sitting around the Horn of South Africa, or South America, and that is what we got. Let's take a look at New Zealand real quick. Christchurch, 11 degrees, single digits on the a lot of places there. Brr. Not good for the South Island, 13 for Wellington. Hastings coming in at about 14. Taupo is probably about 14. Yeah, same thing. Bay of Plenty, 17, 18 degrees. Auckland, 17. And a real quick peek at Australia. Hobart looks a little warmer today with the flow from the north to the south at 17. That's pretty good. Melbourne only 15, 16. And Leo's not going to like that. 15, 16 in Adelaide. About 17, 18 there in Sydney. And then we've got about 23 in Brisbane for our wonderful Oz. Looking at some of these other ones, they are pretty normal. Well, a little bit cooler there in the Philippines by a degree or two. Same thing with Vanuatu as well as New Caledonia. There's a Mawar hitting the Guam area and making a mess. And let's see, Bangkok coming in as a very warm 32 degrees Celsius. Thanks, Sue. And that's what we see there. Quick peek at Japan, Kagoshima 23. Tokyo sitting at 21. There's that nasty low off the coast here, drawing all that air in. Luckily, Sapporo is still sitting at 15. And going over, looking at some of the other places, looks like, yep, 31, 32 in those areas. Delhi coming in at 29 degrees, up to about 36 degrees in India. And that looks like about the highest temperature that we've got on the planet right now. South Africa, not so good. Cape Town, 13. And the southern areas, you can see definitely a lot colder. And looking at what we see central region, pretty normal. And the Sahara Desert up to about 35 degrees Celsius. Maybe 36 in a spot or two, but nothing really crazy going on. Cairo coming in at 20. We see up to 36, no, 33, 34 there in Saudi Arabia, 28 in Riyadh, UAE hitting at 30, 31 degrees, kind of nice there, and Baghdad about 30 as well, getting some heat in there. And looking at the other countries, we're still seeing that cold up in the top area here in the mountains. And that, of course, being very cold for those people here in Tunisia, as well as Algeria, and looking at Morocco. What the heck is Morocco called today? Turkey, not bad, but not that good. Malatya, 14 right now, 15, 16 in Adana. And Piggy's place coming in about 17 or 18 degrees. Looks like 17. Thank you again, Sue. And Athens is about 15, 16. And looking over at Radanzo, it looks like about 10. Yeah, 9, 10, close. Very close temperature-wise. Rome is 15, Naples 16. And Milano up here at 19 up north. Wow. Madrid is 14, and Lisbon coming in at 17, a little bit warmer there. Going to just scoot up here. Nantes 11, Paris 8, and we got Munich at 11, and Frankfurt coming in at 8, Cologne 8, Von Kunkelshaus only 6. OFU Luxus place anywhere from 5 to 7. Brussels coming in at about 7 right now. and it looks like anywhere from 6 to about, well, I should say 5 to about 8 degrees there in Belgium, 7 in Amsterdam, and possibly the same temperatures up to 10, 11 there, though a little bit higher. And looking at 7 in Berlin, and we got 9 degrees in Hamburg. Copenhagen coming in 11, very nice temperature. And then we see about 9 degrees in Aarhus. Oslo coming in at 6. We've got 8 there in Stockholm. St. Petersburg is 12, and a wonderful 13, 14 degrees there in Moscow. 10 in London, and we are seeing some warmer temperatures on the coastlines, but anywhere 7, 8 degrees for most of England. Glasgow is at 8, and Aberdeen 7. We are seeing Dublin at about 8, and Doolin coming in about 11 degrees over there for our wonderful Irish monk. Quick peek at our very cold and windy Reykjavik coming in at about 6 degrees. Thank you, Sue, for that. Let's move over to precipitation. Quick peek, and we see the stormy stuff up in Alaska, some rain up in the north, a little bit of rain in the Yukon and Northwest Territories, northern areas, and some rain in British Columbia, which is probably really good because of the fires potential is removed, and we are seeing some very nice rain up north of Edmonton, getting rid of a lot of those fires up there. Looking at what we see here in Ontario, though, going all the way into Quebec and Labrador, not good, coming off of a Lake Superior and on up. And that is because we've got the warm air coming up from the south and the cold air being pushed down by this high up here. That's just sitting on the edge of Hudson's Bay. A bunch of isolated storms throughout the western portions of the United States. Here's that disturbed air I was talking about, and there you can see what it's doing. And we got all kinds of different thunderstorms happening. It looks like Colorado, northern portions of Nevada, as well as, no, hang on, what is it? Albuquerque, New Mexico. Sorry, Nevada's the other one. Nevada's got some storms in it too, as well as over here in Idaho, as well as Montana, and even here in Wyoming. So they're all getting a little bit of something, and hopefully that doesn't get too bad. And here is what Florida is doing. Yikes. That is not pretty if you're on vacation. We are seeing not as bad there in Georgia or Alabama, but Florida is not good. And Grandma B's house and those areas there in the northern states and the northeastern states are pretty good. Going down into Mexico, central Mexico, has got some rain stuff happening. Guatemala, some rain there. Looks like we've got a system pushing into Costa Rica, and that, of course, also sitting there in Panama, Colombia, and Venezuela up on the north there, getting some of that. And we've got the stuff in the jungles of South America. We see that, but some of the Guyana countries over here are getting nailed as well. Not so bad in most of Brazil, and we see places like Paraguay and Uruguay, just a little bit of rain. Argentina's got a little bit there, and we are seeing some rain and snow in Chile. What a surprise. And down here as well. And I do believe that's the Falkland Islands there getting nailed. sliding over a little bit, looking at what's happening in New Zealand. Rain down in the southern areas of the South Island and the east side of the North Island getting some rain. So hopefully nothing too bad for them. A little bit of rain in Tasmania, and that is okay, but Australia for the most part, very little over here at Perth and the north, and then down here a little bit, and that's it for that area. Looking at that storm, hopefully that'll move away, and getting back into the Philippines. We have a high twirling this way, creating a storm, and then of course this low here, Bawor, is doing its thing, causing the people in Guam to take a shelter. And then we've got a bunch of isolated showers and smaller storms there throughout the Philippines and the Malaysian countries and Indonesia. So that is pretty normal. And looks like Japan is not that bad, but off the coast here, you don't want to be out in a boat. And then we see Kamchatka Peninsula getting nailed as well. Looking at, let's see, a little bit in India, some rain. They probably need that because it's hot. South Africa, no rain. Very little in Madagascar. Central regions of Africa, yep, the jungly stuff, getting some rain there. Nothing in the Sahara. Very little in Saudi Arabia. UAE is dry. Most of Iraq and Iran are dry. We see a little bit up here in the top, a Mosul area, or northward and eastward from Mosul. And then we see a little bit in Turkey. What about Piggy's house? No, Piggy not getting any rain right now, but I think she's okay for right now with what she did get. And looking over here, we do see some stuff that is in the Strait of Gibraltar here. Wow, it's not really in the strait, but it's kind of going through that area. Anyway, Algiers, and it's going across into Spain, and of course some of it sitting here in Morocco as well. So that is what they've got. It looks like not bad for Italy. A little bit up in the north there in the Alps regions, a little bit of rain in Germany, nothing too serious. Looks like Poland has got a few little storms there. Denmark looks okay. Looks like England, Wales, and Scotland and Ireland all faring pretty well. And on the Norwegian coastline, yep, of course, some rain and snow. And then up here in the northern portions of Norway, Sweden, and Finland getting some snow. Iceland, real quick, looking at what we've got here, we do see, what is that? That is strange stuff. It's called snow, and hopefully they're not getting too much of it. Yeah, that would not be good for them. They want spring, they don't want snow. And hopefully this, I'm going to tell Sue, Sue, this is going to be coming for you. It's going to move to the east, and you'll get some of that. It'll whip its tail across you. And there we go. Let's put it back on temperature. Find the coldest place on Earth, and then we'll be finished with the stream for today. And so far I'm seeing a minus 74. Let's see if we can find something a little colder. 75 right there. And where we got it, I see a minus 76, minus 78 right there. There's a minus 80, and that is pretty chilly. So we have a minus 80 on the map, and I'm not seeing too much else. I am going to go and stick to that minus 80, I think. I don't see a minus 81 yet. Oh, hang on. There's a minus 81 right there. Minus 81 degrees Celsius. I think that'll be okay. Minus 81. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Minus 81 degrees Celsius. No, I don't want that storm. I want a warm, dry weather. Okay, I'll send you the weather machine, and you can do that. And yep, I guess we tied. You found a minus 81 as well. That is awesome, Sue. So let's leave it as that. Thank you everyone for being here in the stream today. Very cool, and glad that you're all here, and thank you for all of those wonderful likes. Also want to say a big thank you to our super chatters, Piggy and Matt and Jen Butzler, as well as Thor, and of course the gifting from Sharon Stewart, who popped in a 5-pack of gifts. Thank you to all of you for supporting the stream. Also, big thank you to Sue for sending in the volcano reports and stuff. And a big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. And on those friendly notes, it's time for me to wrap it up. We will be back tomorrow with our wonderful stream. So don't be worried. It will come on, but may not be on right at the 5 p.m. mark. It depends, and so far I've been noticing that the traffic levels are pretty heavy. So for me to get here on time is pretty tough at the moment. We'll see what happens in the future. Anyway, for right now, all good. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Big thanks to Piggy for the wonderful bacon seeds, of course, as always. And thank you, Arizona Snowman, for being in the background. Always nice to have a little bit of a backup there. And that is awesome. Time to shut down. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And as I always say, please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a great and wonderful evening or day or afternoon or morning. And on that note, oink oink!